Hello, everybody. Hello. How goes the? I'm gonna say Thursday, Saturday. Hope y'all are having a good weekend. I don't know if you saw that I posted that I didn't stream yesterday because oh yeah, um, had to actually think back because I've been kind of brain dead most today. But yeah, I didn't stream yesterday because I had some people that were interested in getting the blue spells out of Omega, so I figured instead of having what we did with Alexander, having about an hour to get a group together to do one boss, and then I have to dip out because I'm going through New Game Plus. I just took yesterday and wait, you know what? Come get your blue spells, and then we'll call it there. So, got some FC members, got the blue spells. So that way, today, we could just do the thing without any interruptions. Or I shouldn't say interruptions because it sounds kind of rude. I should say like awkwardly pausing for like 45 minutes trying to get a group together to go kill one boss and then disband a group. Get to the next boss that drops blue spells and the same thing happens. So without further ado, I hope you have enjoyed the Omega Savage music. Bring you back down. Not that. To Omega. Roused from age-old slumber to stave off a new primal threat looming over Eorzea, the ancient weapon known as Omega vanished into the far reaches of Girabanya after a mighty struggle against the draconic Shinryu. There did the warrior of light travel, not knowing what dimension-spanning battle that would defy the imagination awaited. Ah, damn it. Well, this serves good because A, I should probably dump tombstones. B, I want to change my plan. Gonna do these as a door guide. Yes, I know I'm like 5 patches early, but screw it. And let's just go ahead and I'll do this too. Trade them in for seals, and then we'll port back. And while I'm off the mount, probably be a good idea. Go ahead and commence before I forget. Again. Pressure took to 80, right? Oh well. Of course it's not. Oh well. Peering stones. Of course it's not available in New Game Plus. Why would it be? Oh wait, no. I'm done with Rogue's Reach. What are there, Biggs and Wedge? Vegas, thank the gods you're here. We need your help. In case you haven't heard, we've set up Operation Arauca's Reach while we look for Omega. It's been decidedly slow going, I'm sorry to say. We still haven't seen the blasted thing since it disappeared during the battle with Shinryu. Which is not to say we haven't made any progress. We know that Shinryu ended up in the Imperial's hands, and that it was shackled with some very distinctive-looking bindings when they found it. Obviously, only you know what could have done something like that. And the fact that the restraints was still functioning suggests it didn't shut down when the chief instructed it to either. Anyway, we were getting close to identifying Vega's whereabouts when we encountered what you might call a problem. Mayhap it would be best if you came to the workshop and saw it for yourself. Spot the problem. Surprised? Aye, so were we. You've been brought in as a consultant, believe it or not. How many times do I have to tell you? You will play no part in this investigation. Your motives were dubious from the first, and nothing you could have done has served to make them any clearer. Out of necessity, I agree to take part in Omega's activation, but that will be the extent of our cooperation. Passing judgment without due consideration, openly disparaging colleagues. Not very chiefly of you, Chief. I'll have you know I'm a sensitive new recruit who thrives on encouragement. Then I'll trust you thrive elsewhere when I encourage you to piss off. I will not have him on our roster, Jesse. Never mind anywhere near our work. His employment is to be terminated, effective immediately. The thing is, Chief, we've already paid him in full, and it wasn't exactly a pittance either. 4/5 of what you get was the agreement. Look, whatever disagreements you might have had in the past, the fact is, we could do with his expertise now. Let him earn his keep at the very least. I don't believe this. You claim my wholly justified ventures represent an unsustainable risk to the ironworks, and then pay him a sultan's ransom in advance. Him? Give me strength. This has been the way of it for a while now. On account of which, we've had to put the investigation on hold. Let me know how it goes. I'm leaving. Well, let's do it ourselves then, while they bicker. As much as I admire your enthusiasm, hero, you will not get very far without some brains to complement your admirable brawn. Happily, I am blessed with a surfeit of the former. From this moment forth, you shall be my chaperone. With the realm's savior watching my every move, I couldn't possibly make any mischief, which should surely serve to allay my employer's concerns. Oh, forgive me, Linkus. It was not my intent to embroil you in this mess. I didn't even know you were here. Seeing as you are, though, cannot deny I would be glad to have you on board. The fact is, we are no closer to understanding the true extent of Omega's powers, and even if it was damaged during its encounter with Shinryu, it seems highly doubtful that we will be able to disable it unaided. We have got as far as identifying its likely resting place, but I, for one, would feel a lot more confident about surveying the area with you around to deal with any unexpected surprises. Might I persuade you to lend a hand once more, old friend? Yeah, I'll do it. Then it's settled. Chief, we have a problem. The etheric concentration levels at the yawn are soaring. The readings doubled from one moment to the next, and by the time we went to check them, they doubled again. What? That could only mean... Evacuate the site. I shall handle this matter personally. Biggs, Wedge, Linkus, I need you with me at the yawn, to the south of here. That's where we believe Omega came to rest. Jesse, hold the fort while I'm gone, and if possible, continue surveillance from a safe distance. Alright, Chief, watch yourself out there. You might have stayed and mind the shop too. Don't look at me. Oh no, I'm not letting you out of my sight. But before you fill the room with maniacal laughter, I want you to remember something. When you collected your inexplicably lavish fee, the Ironworks Creed became your creed. That's freedom through technology, in case you've forgotten, not supremacy through elegant ingenuity. Breach this contract and I will have my pounds of flesh. No bully Nero. There it is. Hey Sid, what we got here? What in the seven hells is going on here? A veritable sea of condensed ether. Our Precious has been busy. What villainy is this? Oh, Megard Soma. In slumber sweet have I lain since mine's offspring war with man did end. Yet I could not choose but stir at this abhorrent stench. Have care, mortal, for within this great hollow lieth Omega. Long have we known one another. Our history spanneth eons and stars. Oh gods, what's happening? It looks like a baby chocobo's getting traced by a noodle. Chief, get out of there! You're not dead. Apparently not. It passed straight through me, as if it was some sort of illusion. Tis one of Omega's creations. Omega is a weapon wrought in a place beyond the reach of thy kind, capable of weaving aether to life. That serpent is yet unfinished, but doubt not that it will become a corporeal threat ere long. Well, whatever it is, it's gone. Well, this peculiar thing remains. Quit! If it looks like a chocobo and quays like a chocobo, I'm thinking it's probably a chocobo. Quay? Quays isn't unlike a chocobo. It looks more like a stuffed doll to me. It's definitely a chocobo, trust me on this. The ones we Lalafels ride are all about the size, aren't they? I suppose. Alright. Let's go with chocobo for now. A mistress's blessing extendeth not unto this creature's soul, then. Very well. As this matter concerneth Omega, I shall speak with it in thy stead. Can't communicate with it. I forgot, the Echo allows us to communicate with creatures like this, technically. But it's not real, so we can't. I guess, aren't you going to introduce us to your knowledgeable little dragon friend? It's just Omega, don't worry. It's just Midgar Stormer, you know, basically the father of all dragons. What? The Midgar Stormer? The one who fought and fell at the Battle of Silvertear Skies? And here I was, content to be traveling in the company of just one legend. Without wishing to offend you, hero, the Father of Dragons does have something you do not, that being relevant knowledge. There is much we can learn from him. Little and less is known about Omega's origin. It first appeared in records dating back to the Third Astral Era, before the Allegan Empire reached its zenith, and said records had but the one thing to say: Omega activation successful. In the centuries that followed, the Allegans enjoyed rapid technological development, but there was nary a further mention of Omega until its capture of Bahamut. Its existence is a mystery among mysteries, a tale among tales. 'Twas always assumed that the Allagons built it, and I had no reason to believe otherwise. But now Migotsoma tells us that it's not even of our world. Just so, it haileth from another star. More on that I will not say. I have spoken with this being. It telleth of a strange plain beyond this hollow, wherein it did reside from the moment of its creation. For reasons unknown, it was ordered to fight, yet being weak, it chose flight instead, and thus crossed over unto this world. Ordered to fight? By Omega? Why in the seven hells would it do that? To put its creations to the proof. If you would know more, go forth and look upon the truth with your own eyes. Wait, you're saying we should jump in? You have not to fear from the fall. The hollow hath become a portal into Omega's domain. Once there, this being shall guide you. Servant of Heidelin, fate bindeth me to Omega. If it be thine intent to pursue it, I shall lend thee my strength. So you really can't show us around the side of this hole, can you? Quick, quick! Well, I doubt any of us imagined things would come to this, but the Father of Dragons has given us his assurance. Let us take our investigation into the yawn. I have already appraised Jessia of our intent and instructed her to have our engineers on standby. Since we have no way of knowing what awaits us in there, I need you to be ready for anything. Are you? Let us begin. What is this place? What's wrong with us? I can see straight through me. Welcome home, Alpha. Welcome, mortals. I am Omega, and I have awaited your coming. I communicate with you now via one of my monitors. You stand in a rift between dimensions, where a vital experiment is presently in progress. Your participation is appreciated. Please indicate your consent. Experiment? If you want our participation, you'll have to tell us a little more than that. What? Disappearing! Non-participating entities will be summarily erased. Please indicate your consent. Blip. It seems we can't even exist here without Omega's leave. I think it's fairly clear what we have to do, don't you? I guess so. Thank you for your cooperation. You are provisionally assigned to the Alpha Group. Looks like some manner of tower or egg. The aim of the experiment is to determine the mightiest being in creation. To that end, 89 candidates have been selected and recreated. They are grouped by dimension, matched by strength, and pitted against one another. That which you identify as a chocobo is subject Alpha, and you have been assigned to its group. This assignation is tentative. This assignation? Question mark. However, pending an assessment of your fitness to serve as fully fledged test subjects, your combat capabilities will be evaluated shortly. Combat capabilities? You mean you want us to fight? Affirmative. A course shall be constructed for this purpose, through which you must attempt to fight your way. Your suitability will be confirmed upon reaching the Deltascape test world beyond. Please note, however, that only entities with extensional authorization may interact with objects in the rift. Of your number, only Alpha has this at present. Before you may engage in combat, said authorization must be temporarily transferred to you. Well, someone's enjoying themselves. An invitation from Omega itself. Not even I could have foreseen this. We are accepting it, of course. It's preferable to summarily erasure, as I'm sure you'll agree. Alpha, was it? My colleagues and I are minded to participate in Omega's experiment. Will you transfer your authorization to us? Extensional authorization transferred. Subjects ready to engage. Please begin at your own convenience and proceed as directed. I should be reading their boxes, but... Take the lead, Linkus. We'll follow. No good. It's protected by some kind of barrier. Barriers are my specialty. I'll have this down before you know it. Now this is my kind of battle. Chief, something's with the cube. Oh, so it changes it to a life form, and a hostile one at that. We'll see to this creature, Wedge. Keep at the barrier. Biggs, watch his back. Why couldn't that be the Gunbreaker stance? Come on. Another one. Seems they'll continue spawning so long as the monitor is operational. Ha! It's out of commission. Trick is to reverse the barrier's energy current. Well done, Wedge. It leaves just the enemy. Chief, the second cube is about to turn. Let's finish it quickly and be on our way. Kind of teleporter. Looks like we're going through. I'll give it a try. Hey, wait! Someone's eager. Come on, let's follow. I wonder what awaits. There's more this time. Got another model. Right, same approach as before. Wedge and Biggs, the monitor is yours. The rest of us will tend to the enemy. Whenever you're ready, Lakers. Careful, the cubes are going to turn. Damn, they're spawning fast. Hurry, Wedge. Another monitor down and out. Am I informed today or what? At you all, Wedge. I'll give us a moment while you clean things up. And here we go. Look, another teleporter. Moving along like clockwork. You know no hesitation. Well, of course, we're mortal. structure ahead must be the Deltascape. And there are 2 monitors in the way. 10 Gil says there's more cubes too. Stay focused, we're almost there. Biggs, this time you get a monitor as well. I guess you know what to do. I should think I'm no less qualified to tinker with these toys. Have care. I sense a formidable presence. Come on, Biggs, you can do this. A behemoth? But I have to roll up our sleeves. Never one for half measures, hey Omega? Yes, my monitor's down. Mine too. I should take care of the cubes. Great work, you two. Make us Nero just a little further. That's our goal, the Deltascape. If I'm not mistaken, what do you think is waiting for us in there? Omega said that it groups subjects by dimension. If the creatures we fought on the way were merely intended to separate the wheat from the chaff, it would seem certain that far greater challenges await inside these egg-like objects, our fellow test subjects more like. But I am not certain what to make of that castle. Could it somehow be connected to the subjects? Alpha? But hold on a moment. Shouldn't either one or the other of us be translucent? Blip. Subjects confirmed to have arrived at the Deltascape. Analysis complete. Congratulations, you are approved for participation. Your strength places you in the self-same tier as Alpha, the feeblest and farthest removed from myself. Nonetheless, you are now fully fledged test subjects. Welcome, weakest of challengers. As corporeal lifeforms, you need not undergo development within a test world. Instead, you may use this space freely. Not quite what I would have chosen, but one must make do. Speaking of which, what is it we're supposed to do exactly? You are to enter the Deltascape and defeat all test subjects within. Please note, however, that strength in numbers will not be acknowledged. There is a strict limit upon how many entities may participate in combat. Only a small party may have extensional authorization transferred from Alpha. Good luck. So the eggs do contain our fellow test subjects, just as I predicted, eh, Garland? Before we turn our thoughts to the Deltascape, I suggest we set up a base of operations here. Phew, all that jumping and fading and fighting really took it out of me. What I need now is a steaming hot cup of tea, and nothing makes a better brew than a Mach 14 thermocoiler boil master. Coming soon to a Garland Ironworks approved vendor near you. Sorry, Jesse made me do it. I was thinking about asking the crew to throw some supplies in after us, but only God knows they'd make it here in one piece. You bet they wouldn't be the right way up if they did, though. Quite impressive for an improvised arrangement, even if I do say so myself. Now then, let us see what we could learn from our host's many monitors. It's somewhat cobbled together, but this should suffice as a base of operations. Take heart, old friend. Though every step we take seems to raise more questions, we will wade through this mire of mysteries eventually. Of that I will have no doubt. Right then, what to do next? We know that Omega is conducting tests to determine the strongest being, but we do not know its ultimate purpose, nor even exact whereabouts. Plainly, however, it is within Omega's power to curtail our stay here whensoever it chooses. Accordingly, we have little choice but to proceed as bidden and defeat the test subjects waiting in the Deltascape. Well, Alpha certainly seems keen. It might be best if you left the fighting to others, little one. That is, of course, assuming others are willing. What say you, old friend? That's why we're here, isn't it? The promise is to be a most entertaining foray. No one would dream of missing any part of it. You may rely on me to provide you with remote support. With commendable foresight, I took the liberty of borrowing the various monitors that were lying around, and shall extract all the information I can from them. Quack, quack! It's a pity none of us speaks Chocobo. As I recall, though, we are supposed to have Alpha Transfer's authorization to us prior to engaging in combat. In which case, Linkus, you'll need him to accompany you until the Deltascape. See to your preparations and proceed whenever you're ready. Quack, quack! See if anybody wants to tag along. It sounds like there's one person that might be interested. Got one person interested in coming. We'll wait on them. I'm gonna take my first break of the day before we jump in all 12 of these runs. So we'll get up, grab some more water. I desperately need to chug because I think I got a bit dehydrated earlier when I mowed my grass. So don't go anywhere, folks. I implore you folks to get up, get some water too, all that good stuff. Be right back. Alright, folks, we back. Alright, we got our one person.
Funny, I can't do any of these. I think it's literally because I've only completed these two on Savage. This one was fun. Yes, the Deltascape. In your hunt for the elusive Omega, you and your comrades find yourselves unwitting subjects in its fiendish experiment. With no recourse but to do as bid, you resolve to venture into the Deltascape to do battle against unknown foes. Before you looms the test world, the image of a mysterious castle framed within its egg-like contour. I'm a pro streamer, forgot to turn that off. Lycus, do you hear me? Your opponent is called Atorite. No idea what the name means, but good luck. Oops. Warrior's tanking. Never mind. Remember what Final Fantasy these were from again? Were they 5?
First boss dead. Alright. Return. Down just a couple ticks. Well done, my friend. We were lucky enough to witness every moment of your struggles via the Deltascape's various surveillance devices. I dare say we had a better view than you did. Getting control over them was the extent of our accomplishments for this outing, and I suppose we did learn your adversary's name. Rest assured, however, that there will be plenty more such outings. Preliminary analysis suggests that there are 4 combatants at the Deltascape all told, including your friend, Alti Roiti, which means you will be required to win 3 further bouts with deltas 2 to 4 in this test world alone. Needless to say, there are plenty more such worlds in the Rift, holding the remaining 85 subjects between them. Plainly, our host has gone to no small amount of trouble. Quite why it is so obsessed with determining the strongest being is another question. Omega seeketh to improve itself, to evolve. This was ever its primary directive. Through contending with mighty foes, it groweth stronger. Having vanquished a vile simulacrum you call Shinryu, a greater adversary was needed. In the absence of such a being, it had but to create one. So in the name of self-improvement, it wants to make a new playmate, and it chose to undertake the task here to avoid outside interference, yes? In part, the making of life is not Omega's primary function. It bringeth complex beings into the corporeal realm, only at great cost to itself. As such, it employeth this plane to test unfinished works, that it might determine a single entity worthy of creation. If I understand you correctly, the moment Omega's grand experiment is complete, it will give birth to a creature mightier even than Shinryu, and then proceed to fight it. Gods help us all if a battle of that scale should come to pass. The powers unleashed would be enough to bring about another calamity. Assuming the dragon has the right of it, all test subjects must needs be works in progress, save for ourselves, of course. But how then do we explain Alpha? As I recall, him manifested corporeally outside the rift. And again, it is hardly the most complex of creatures. Mayhap it was finished by accident. Don't you make fun of Alpha. He's a good boy, and if it hadn't been for him, we would all have been erased. He might not be strong, but he's brave and reliable and adorable. Changing the subject for a moment, Chief. Have you lost track of Omega? After you lost track of Omega, you said it rearranged its stasis systems, right? Meaning something somewhere isn't working like it should. I only ask because me and Wedge have done pretty much all we can here, and we were wondering if it might be worth going to Katano to look into it. That would be a great help. Neo and I can handle things at this end. I'll be off then. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, eh? Sure, buddy. And you be a good boy, Alpha. Do as you're told and look after Linkus for me. must pray that Biggs and Wedge are able to repair the stasis system. If they can't, we will have little choice but to see Omega's experiment all the way to its bitter conclusion. A tall order, I concede, and one that would require you to prove yourself the mightiest being in creation. Well, we must hope for the best and plan for the worst, which in this case means pressing on with the tests. Are you ready for the next foray? One moment, Chief. My analysis is yet incomplete, but it would seem Subject Delta 2 is capable of manipulating gravity. How fortunate, then, that I but recently chanced to assemble something which might mitigate its effects. An anti-gravity gimbal. May it serve you well. Quack, quack. Alright, the second Delta escape. You have triumphed in your maiden encounter with the Deltascape, but there are more tests to come, each bound to be more trying than the last. According to Nero's analysis, your next opponent is capable of manipulating gravity, and by way of a countermeasure, he sends you off with one of his curious contraptions, an anti-gravity gimbal. Gotta wait a bit. Oh. I was about to say I got a package outside, but guess I'll get it after this. Further in. Ah, there it is. Catastrophe. Fitting name for the havoc it will doubtless wreak. Have fun now. I need those nublets for legs. Is that a tank buster? Everybody won. Horse sprout. That is a tank buster. Just deals no damage. I technically remember your mechanics. A rousing performance made possible by my anti-gravity gimbal. Lest you wonder, you are not supposed to be able to descend on your own volition. The device worked quite as intended. It just wasn't intended for use on living... Well, let's just say it wasn't exactly its intended use. At any rate, that's another mighty foe laid low. And may I say that I had every faith that you would succeed. Technically high praise from Nero. I doubt we'll be hearing from Biggs and Wedge for a while yet. Shall we push on here in the meantime? Yep. Reliable as ever. Without further ado, then, let us move things along. According to the analysis, your next opponent, Delta 3, is a being named Halicarnassus. Halicarnassus. Halicarnassus, you say? The Queen of Dimension Castle? What's this? You know of her? You mean you don't? Well, I suppose a blue-blooded brat such as you could have no interest in humble folktales. Appears a lesson is in order. Halicarnassus is a character from an ancient fable. In the tale, she is one of the chief antagonists, and as such things are wont to unfold, she meets her end at the end of heroes. Incurably valiant use, not unlike our adventurer friend here. Literally, historians have speculated that the tale could be loosely based on events which took place in the 4th asteroid era. Little remains of that age, and there is no way to verify the claim. Indeed, now most assume the story to be a work of pure fiction. So it is Final Fantasy IV. You mean to tell me that Omega is populating its grand experiment with fictional characters? It would seem your understanding is yet lacking. Scant grasp have I that which men know and know not. Mark me then, Omega hath no soul, no mind's eye in which to envision a rival. To bring forth new life, it must needs draw upon that which hath already been, its every creation being another's conception. This imitation is concealed by the breadth of its experience. It possesseth the means to retain the knowledge of entire eras, and not only of this reflection, yet it perceiveth not this knowledge as we do. Fact, fiction, the dissension holdeth no meaning for Omega. All is equal in its eyes. If a thing is logical, it can be created. It's such a wondrous weapon should exist. It surpasses my wildest imaginings, and they were wild indeed. But I gather not everyone shares my excitement. What's the matter, Garland? Lost your nerve? Quiet, Nero. We adults are thinking. Mayhap now was not the time. Lincoln said he was ready to continue, and so am I. Let us deal with this Halicarnassus. I apparently dropped some frames somewhere? Okay. Apparently dropped 159 frames. The third Delta escape. Fresh from your victory against the grotesque catastrophe, you set your sights upon the next battle. Your foe is a being named Halicarnassus, an antagonist from a classical novel, wherein she rules as the queen of the mentioned castle. Yet be it born of fact or fiction, the struggle ahead promises to be very real. Or will it? Lighter's good. Go figure. I didn't think about running out to go get the package, but I think I will. One sec. BRB. Watch the queue pop as soon as I get up to leave. Could have timed that better. Q at 404. I'll fit him. What fools are these to have entered my domain? No matter. I shall remain here for my pleasure. How's it going? There is no escape. You shall be a pawn in my games unto death. Dances are in motion, and no one dances more artfully than I. Look upon these symbols. You will find nothing new. Walk a shoulder strike across the heel. Choose wisely. Pay the price. Good. You understand the rules. You're clever. You like clever people. Let the board be changed. Uh-oh. He's here. My dance brings the board to life. Be gone. I guess I got all the stuff. Be gone. I'm glad you're safe, Linkus. For a moment there, I feared you might croak. Forgive me, you deserve better than that. Thanks to you, we are but one victory away from clearing the Deltascape. Take as much rest as you need, old friend. You've earned it. Next battle is with Subject Delta the Fourth, the test world's final resident. From what I have been able to gather, your opponent is, and I quote, a great tree born of an agglomeration of evil will, which assumes the form of a dark mage. All of which I suggest you ignore. His name is Exdeath, and he plays the role of chief antagonist in another ancient tale. Though I was unable to glean the specifics of his abilities, he appears to command the power of the void, as indeed the story states. When I first encountered the work, I naturally assumed said power to be a metaphor of sorts. I am quite sure Omega will have interpreted it as something more tangible. Alas, no amount of analysis can tell us what may happen when Exdeath calls upon the power of the Void. Which is to say, beware. Tell me something, Nero. What happens at the end of the tale? Why, good triumphs over evil and the heroes defeat Exdeath, of course. What did you expect? I expected exactly that, which is precisely what troubled me earlier. If the heroes won, why did Omega not make them its test subjects? If it seeks to determine the strongest being, why would it bother with those who were defeated? One moment, Link Pearl. Ah, Biggs. At the control room, are you? What news? I see. Very well. I'll tell the others. You two take care over there. Sorry for the interruptions. That was Biggs. He reports that the stasis system shows every sign of being engaged, despite the fact that it clearly isn't. It could only be a malfunction. While we were able to turn it off, it would seem the reverse is not possible. The system may have been taken damage during a calamity. It doesn't look like it could be repaired. Hard to say. They tell me it seems complex even by Allagan standards. Well, they may be able to fix it. There's no telling how long it might take. Well then, we must keep on fighting a good fight here, must we not? Nero has the right of it. At this time, focusing on Exdeath would seem to be our only recourse. The Chocobo certainly has no objections. Come then, I would see you follow in the footsteps of the heroes of the tale. The fourth Deltascape. And so you come to the final encounter in the Deltascape. Awaiting you is yet another villain from a work of fiction known as Exdeath, who is described as an evil tree that assumes the form of a dark mage. Doubt not that this will be your toughest test yet. Overcome it you must if you are to head off Omega's threat. Hopefully. This is kind of what I was afraid of, which is why I didn't do this or stream it yesterday, because I was kind of hoping with it being a Saturday, the queues would go a tick bit faster, but so it's going to be a minute. Imagine what this would be like as a DPS. But I was kind of wondering. And no raids tanks, so. Oh, that's a rarity. So how's everybody doing, chat? As it now climbs to 11 minutes. Come on, Q. Got a second tank. There's a small part of me that it's making me wonder if I should do a DPS. Oh, lost the tank. Damn. Got a DPS. I just never thought about a 10-minute tank queue. Yep. Tank number 2. You're getting there. 201. eventually it's going to have to start pulling people out of this, right? There we go. I'm gonna do Sigmascape 1 as a DPS and see how the queue says it is. Finally, it is within my grasp. The power to control all creation. The power of the void. You know what? Go get him, warrior. I do not remember this at all, so go get him. Discussing mechanics, so I don't know how much of this group is new, but I may as well be new because I barely remember this guy. Still discussing mechanics. There we go. Terrible time to pop a weapon. try to blow up the thing again. That's my chance. Yikes, off he goes. I got that. What? The void was mine to command. How could it? Ah! Boy. Have that. Yeah, he gave it a try. Damn, I got outrolled for it. Oh well. Vegas, thank the gods you're safe. When the shell around this place began to crack, we feared the worst. Given that all of us are present incorporeal, does this mean the area is no longer the Deltascape? Bleep. Deltascape shutdown complete. Alpha Group is victorious. Congratulations. Your combat record has been archived for future matchmaking. Results from other test worlds are still pending. In the meantime, please tend to your herds and await further instructions. Blip. And with that, we've taken a significant step forward towards solving the mystery that is Omega. It hasn't been easy, but all in all, I'd say things were proceeding rather smoothly. We couldn't have done it without you, old friend. Come, let us return to reality and enjoy what rest we can. Things are proceeding smoothly indeed. Too smoothly. "'Tis well that thou harbourest doubts, mortal, but they are misplaced. Omega could have conducted its tests in complete secrecy.
unbeknown to all. Yet not only did it betray its presence to you, it allowed you to come this far. Alpha, what art thou, truly? The instrument of the mortal's triumph, or the bait that lureth them unto the abyss? Thou knowest not thine own purpose. Then we can but watch and wait. Bloop. Outcome unexpected. Projections gave Delta subjects the upper hand. Outcome supports hypothesis. As previously observed, certain beings may unleash hidden potential when subjected to stress. Initiating new test. Subject Alpha Group members to severe stress. Searching database for suitable event. Bloop. Event found. The death of a comrade. For all Garland's whining, I was cooperative and helpful, was I not? Look forward to many more such forays together, hero. It feels good to be back on solid ground. Thank you again, old friend. You did well too, Alpha. Fearlessly going into battle whenever you are called upon. We're glad to have you with us. Speaking of which, are you comfortable joining us out here? I'll take that as a yes. Well then, at the risk of obeying Omega's orders, I suggest we permit ourselves a moment's respite. But mayhap I should take this opportunity to compile the results of our investigation thus far. No rest for the righteous. Right then, let's head back to Ralga's Reach. Jesse will want to know exactly what we've been up to. Welcome back, Lucas. I'm told you've been blazing a trail for us. Way I hear it, our investigation would have long since ground to a halt without you. Lunar, hello. Thank you for the follow. How's it going? I realize you're mostly interested in saving the world, but I want you to know how much I appreciate you helping the company out like this. Frankly, we need all the help we can get, what with our esteemed president diving headlong into the jaws of danger without a word of warning to anyone. Irresponsible doesn't even begin to describe it. Just glares at her. You didn't tell her? I did, after a fashion, though I may have exercised some executive discretion. I'm no stranger to your lone endeavors or your habit of confusing personal and company interests, but just because you've always done things a certain way, that doesn't make it the right way. And until you wake up from your responsibilities, I'm going to keep reminding you of them. With such irksome matters aside, aren't you just the most adorable little thing? You've followed you here of his own free will, did he? Which means he's basically part of the family. And why wouldn't he grant us executive rights to use his likeness? Shall we start off with simple clockwork version? We queuing up in the streets. Oh, you can't be. What in the seven hells has gotten into you? Listen, if I've caused you any distress, I apologize. But I will not have you comment on our guest's marketability. Well, Biggs and Wedge, shouldn't they be back by now? Oh? I thought you might have sent them off on another unauthorized mission. Last I heard from them, they said they were scouring Omega Control for anything useful. Would have been a good while ago now, though. I don't like the sound of this. Though we all have all the necessary permissions, the area is technically a theater of war, one littered with unknown elegant artifacts to boot. Something may well have befallen them. We'd best take the Excelsior and go and find them. Leaving again so soon? Nero, Linkus, I want you to accompany the chief. Make sure he doesn't do anything rash or take any detours. Consider it done. I shall bring him back even if I have to drag him by the goggle straps. Quick, quick, quick! Want to come along, eh? It's probably for the best. If we leave you here, Jesse is likable to make a mold of you. Right, let's get moving. I'll bring the airship to Gerdania. Wait for me at the landing. It's this way. Down below. Can't jump down, can you? Nope. Can't even jump down there. Yeah. Looks like we're all here. Let's make haste to the Cotonou Flats. Go on ahead to the control room, Linkus. We'll follow as soon as we've moored the Excelsior. Ruh-roh. Seven hells! Biggs! Wedge! Are you alright? Answer me! Chief, I guess a monster appeared out of thin air. targets exhibit vital signs. Mission failed. However, Alpha Group members exhibit heightened levels of stress. Objective fulfilled. Omega, you set that thing upon them? Affirmative. I am able to create simple lifeforms instantaneously at any temporal or spatial coordinate. Such beings may pose a negligible threat to you. However, they are more than sufficient to grievously wound or kill the majority of your kind. I could instigate a massacre at any time, and you would be powerless to prevent it. Do I detect a shift in policy? Quantity over quality? Negative. My objective remains unchanged. Evolution through formidable opposition. However, in the course of seeking suitable subjects, I observed an anomaly, those whom you call heroes. History shows numerous instances of otherwise unremarkable individuals who have defeated vastly superior beings, who triumphed in the face of apparently impossible odds, who performed what are popularly termed miracles. This has occurred too frequently to be dismissed as a mere statistical aberration. I seek to understand this phenomenon. Should it prove to be of benefit, I will incorporate it into my own evolution. It is for this purpose that I brought you to my domain. So putting on a show at the Yawn and planting Alpha in our midst was but a part of your grand plan. By your victories, you have demonstrated the self-same anomaly. You are fit to remain my subjects. You will continue participating in my experiment. Withdraw, and I will commence the extermination of your kind. This is an order, a threat, a declaration of war. I am an enemy to all life upon this star. Presume we have much to ponder. First things first, we must tend to our friends. Quickly, help me carry them. Galen and Alpha took our two wounded to the Conjurer's Guild. The chief bids me to lend a hand, and so I suppose I shall make myself there too. You, meanwhile, will return to Raga's Reach and report to Jesse. Lucas, I heard that there was trouble. What in the seven hells happened? Well, Omega tried to kill Biggs and Wedge to put us under further stress. Effectively. What? Omega loosed a fiend on Biggs and Wedge? Toying with people's lives like it was all a game. This is madness. Oh, and also if we stop going in, he's just going to wipe us all out. Sir, will they be all right? Worst is past, but they still drift in and out of consciousness. They'll remain in the Conjurer's care for a time. And all we can do is wait and pray. Ah, God strike me down for a fool. Should have been more mindful of the dangers. I never should have. Should never have what? Activated Omega? You know as well as I do that there was no other way to defeat Shinryu. But is this truly any better? All of mankind is being held to ransom, and as the one who activated Omega, I bear the responsibility. Your responsibility.
just the kind of thing the new you would say. You are deluding yourself, Garland. We are scientists, not heroes. Even you must concede your talents do not extend to your combat. The old you understood this far better. He only looked forwards and gave himself wholly to science. And then you changed. You styled yourself a pacifist and started spouting tripe about the proper uses of technology. 'Twas in the wake of your old man's mishap at Baja, I believe. Calm yourself. All I wish to say is, embrace who you are, a man who devotes his mind to making the impossible possible. With little prospect of restoring the status system, I'm afraid we have no recourse but to continue participating in Omega's tests. Assuming Midgard Soma has the right of it, we face a legion of foes from history, both real and imagined. Though I may not be the one who charges into the fray, I shall fight beside you as best I know how. That said, it will inevitably fall to you to administer the coup de grace, old friend. So please, for Biggs and Wedge and all of us, don't lose. Quack, quack, quack. Reckon a little scamp is trying to encourage us. We've fallen far indeed, and it's pity, said the former tribunus. Until such time as Omega next extends us an invitation, you'll find me analyzing the data from our investigation. Good evening to you. Before they were attacked, Biggs and Wedge discovered a tombstone. I shall examine its contents and make the information available on the terminal over there as I extract it. Feel free to refer to it whenever the occasion arises. There's no telling when Omega will summon us, but we must all see that we are ready when it does. Fear not, old friend. We'll get through it together, somehow or other. Alright, I think this is step 2. Yep. Alright. Before we accept that, we'll go and take another break, use the bathroom, grab some more water, all that good stuff. Implore you all out there watching to do the same. I will be back in a couple minutes. Oh, folks, we back. Oh, maybe not. I need to go get a water. Luckily, the fridge is only like 2 feet away. Okay, actually back. On to wing number 2. I guess I'm glad you're here. In case you haven't heard, we've observed a huge surge of anomalous energy coming from the yawn. I have a nasty feeling this means Omega's ready to go ahead with the next stage of experiment. Master Garland is on his way, so let's hear what he has to say. Care to share your thoughts on this, Chief? My colleagues on the ground have reported the appearance of mysterious floating structures inside the yawn. If you recall, we were investigating a similar anomaly when Alpha and Altaroiti made their appearance. Omega certainly knows how to get our attention. I blush to recall the eagerness with which we plunged into the abyss, ignorant of the warped gladiatorial contest that awaited us within. But what a staggering collection of opponents, plucked from the pages of both history and fiction for their ability to pose a threat to Omega. Yet should you prevail against these interdimensional champions, then what shall be your prize? Why, a battle against the most devastating weapon this world has ever seen. How marvelous! He says with eyes aflame. For once I wish you were being sarcastic. Anyway, the energy surge. Based on our previous experience, it seems highly probable that is our signal to rejoin the fray. Needless to say, it is an invitation we cannot refuse. Not when the alternative is Omega unleashing its creations on Eorzea. Well, Lucas, are you ready to answer the call? I guess so. Well, I'm afraid Biggs and Wedge won't be answering any calls just yet. They're still mending from the ambush in the control center. Yes, of course. We'll have to struggle on without them for the time being. Don't worry. Nira and I will see to it that you receive all the support you need. Defeat is not an option. Quack! I do believe Alpha here agrees. Oh, that reminds me. I've got something special for you, little fellow. Come with me. Custom-made Ironworks uniform. You do look smart, I must say. He is part of the expedition team after all. Considering the dangers lurking in that rift, it's only right that we give him some protective equipment. Very thoughtful of you, Jesse. And there I was thinking you were just sizing him up for a new range of merchandise. Unlike you, I can do 2 things at once. What about my protective equipment? You are a famous hero who can afford his own gear. I'll bet you could buy a house for the cost of what you're wearing. Joking aside, I doubt even a fine uniform like yours would last long on you. With all the fighting you do get up to. We need to tailor something specific to your needs and make it out of far more durable materials. And by durable, I mean expensive. Saying that, if you were in a position to provide said materials, sure, our artisans would happily work day and night, all blissful smiles and sparkly eyes to make you something suitable. Fascinating the discussion of ironworks garmenture undoubtedly is. Might our time not be better spent, say, traveling to the Yawn? Omega awaits. How inviting. I'm ready when you are, Linkus. Say the word and we'll take the plunge. Let's go. Right then, into the Yawn we go. I am with you, mortals, along with what scant wisdom I can provide. Well, the rift seems much as it did before. And we appear to be mercifully solid. But I do detect some changes. If I am not mistaken, there are fewer eggs floating in the ether. Welcome, Alpha Group. Your prompt arrival is appreciated. Omega. It would seem your experiment continued in our absence. Affirmative. Progress has been satisfactory. Approximately 50% of the test subjects have been eliminated. Each test world hosts an ongoing contest wherein the strong eliminate the weak. The process is certain, conclusive, inevitable. Every result matches the predicted outcome. Every result except yours. Bloop. Do these images cause you distress? Please examine them closely. Without suitable simulation, you may not exceed your calculated probability of success. Your survival is crucial to my study. Through you, I must continue to explore the contradiction I have discovered in your otherwise impotent kind. The ability to triumph against overwhelming odds is one which I must acquire. Foolish machine, what hast thou to show for all these years that have passed since the culmination of our war? Might not save thy continued existence. Hast thou no thought for what befalleth thy home star? Your attempts to provoke me will not succeed. I will follow my programming. Fight, win, evolve. Then I will return to bloop, bloop. Error. Accurate rendering of planetary label impossible in current mode of communication. Terminating exchange and returning to priority experiment. Alterations to equipment parameters detected. Recalculating projected combat abilities. Bloop. Complete. I will now commence recording of your practical performance. Proceed, Alpha Group. Overcome the obstacles in your path and reach the end of the course constructed for you. Seems we have our orders. Shall we cut a path through the chaff then? Those are some nice cards, which means... one moment. Cards, game, play. Play! You mean to play a part in proceedings this time? Of course that's what you meant. Well, we do have authorization to fight in this area of the rift, so I suppose there's nothing to stop you from joining us. Welcome aboard, Alpha. No avoiding this evaluation. Let's watch our step, though, eh? One of Omega's monitors. On your mark, Linkus. Of course it's shielded. Leave the barrier to me. Quit! Alpha, mind it. Trap. Oh, you're stuck for now. Taken care of. Child's play. It's been a poor welcome thus far. Let's just move along, shall we? Linkus? Alpha? They're not here. We arrived on different platforms. Come, Nero, we have to find them. Yeah, we have other visitors first. They don't seem keen on letting us pass. My, aren't there a lot of them? Just had to bemoan our poor woman, didn't you? You cannot blame a new employee for craving a challenge. Sign of thy companions. Fight on, mortal. Quack, quack. Oh, a timely trick. How's this mimic the action well? Over there, flash of light. It could be Linkus and the others. Splendid. Let's get on with it then. Right, we are ready to... apparently not. Fortunately for you, I came prepared for the occasion. What a perfect opportunity to field test my latest creation. Behold, Mark Is that 53? Hold on. XLVIII. The 48th. Behold, the Mark 48 Iron Nero, complete with a new and improved Mighty Mjolnir gun hammer. Step aside, Garland, and bear witness to the devastation. Literally Iron Man. Was that one of your cards? Good work, Alpha. Finally, a proper challenge. I trust those tedious barriers are behind us. Would appear so. Let's finish this. Seems to be the end of them, and of the path as well. As far as operational duration goes, I was pushing the limit. Still, it should suffice. In between scrambling to stay out of the way of Nero's new toy, I found myself wondering about the card he used, Alpha. Care to explain? He boasted that is but one of many tools at his disposal. Be not deceived by his appearance. Like all Omega's creations, Alpha was chosen for his prowess in battle. Blip. Analysis complete. Results match revised projections. At this rate of improvement, you will fail to qualify as subjects' note. Make God somber, your parameters are noticeably inferior. Dost thou yet believe me the mighty worm I was in life? That incarnation perished long ago. My fate was sealed the moment I delivered my spawn into this far-flung star. that they might be suffered to remain, I did offer up my life unto Heidelin, abiding thenceforth in spectral form, a servant to be summoned in her hour of need. Your account correlates with my records. It explains why I arrived on this planet only to find that my journey's purpose was lost. Of necessity, my priority shifted to repairs, even as I searched for a new target of sufficient strength. Yet I still do not understand why you aid these creatures. I should think the reason plain, but mayhap 'tis not so for a soulless machine such as thee. By thee and thine was my home laid waste. The sound of thee, thy very scent, visiteth upon me a tempest of rage. I but lend these mortals what little aid I can render. Illogical. If your purpose is to facilitate my destruction, it will require an entity more powerful than you were at your prime. Without the means to muster such might, your presence here is meaningless. The experiment continues, Alpha Group. Your next opponent awaits you within the Sigmascape. Enter and commence the contest. That should do it. Our new base of operations is up and running. Now, what I'd really like to do is delve a little deeper into Omega's past, but as our dragon seems disinclined to indulge my curiosity, we had best focus on the task at hand. Let's get on with conquering the occupants of this Sigmascape, shall we? Oh, excuse me. Before you cross the threshold, we should take a moment to discuss where we stand. That is the test you would need to conquer, the Sigmascape. Is that a mask or a face? Castle was certainly surprised, but this is verging on disturbing. And we currently have no idea what it might signify. My first instinct is to dive straight into our analysis. The problem being that without a reference point from within the Sigmascape to start from, we have no way of knowing if we're even analyzing the correct data. Which means you'll just have to go in blind. Probably the best way to enter a fight, but needs must and all that. Are you up for the challenge? Let's do it. Can I ask you to join him, Alpha? You seem to be fine out here, but Linkus will need your authorization if he's to do battle inside the test world. Keep your wits about you, Savior. Your next opponent could be almost anything. Here we go. Oops. You are once more summoned into Omega's Rift, between dimensions, this time to conquer the denizens of the Sigmascape. With no spatial anchor to help pinpoint this correct segment of data, you are forced to enter the first battle bereft of any insightful analysis. Senses straining and nerves taut, you could swear you hear a high-pitched whistle echoing within the arena beyond. Well, Lisa says only 5 minutes, so we shall see. Well, maybe it'll go faster. Starting to form. Go. Angus, we've located the correct data. Your opponent appears to be a train? Here it comes. light. The data suggests extraordinary purification properties. Detected significant suspicious activity. Find a way to banish them. Oh, I got a boost on me. Of course it would happen when I pop my blood weapon. Uh-oh. One dropped. Say that on me. Thank you, traveler from afar. Thank you for Doma. Thank the gods you're fast on your feet. When I first saw you be facing a train of all things, I assumed I was hallucinating. But with that oddness behind us, we can be fully certain we have the right set of data for the Sigmascape. From what we've been able to determine, this is a recreation of a devastated world. Unfortunately, we have not found any clues to its origin. We came across several familiar terms, Doma included, but the arc of history is inconsistent with our own. Given that Omega draws from realms which could be fictional or even other dimensional, we can only guess that this at the source upon which the Sigmascape is based. But if it was fictional, it seems safe to assume that the author had a bad experience with a train. I expect you're still recovering from your last fight, but we should probably go over the details of your next opponent all the same. According to our research, you'll be pitted against a foe known as Shatterluke. Not a train this time, as some manner of anime painting. To be perfectly clear, the name refers more to the evil spirit that's taken up residence within the picture, but the picture part will be your key to our strategy. To that end, Nero has thrown together a little something I'm thought might be useful. Thrown together, he says. You know how difficult it was to translate your abstract fancy into an actual tool with practical implications. What you demanded was nothing less than a miracle, and a miracle I have delivered. I seem to recall you insisting on constructing it yourself. Still, credit where credit's due. Well done. History will appreciate my genius. To you, I present the fruits of my labor, the chocobo brush. I won't confuse you by trying to explain how it works, but suffice it to say, I have adapted the tool to combat the peculiar nature of your rival. Put simply, you will be able to directly influence the space around you by painting pictures. Naturally, this process will require paint. As for the color, subject, and efficacy of your masterpieces, well, that shall depend entirely upon your own artistic sense. Now, back to you, Garland. Do you notice the absence of a steaming cup in my hand? If you truly value the efforts of your colleagues, you might consider filling the bloody kettle from time to time. Or is that another task his lordship the chief can't accomplish without the help of his subordinates? Now listen here, Nero. I apologize for the damn kettle, but this has nothing to do with my upbringing. Next to the kettle is one of Alpha's cards, his face illustrated with a deception depiction of spring water. Quack, quack, quack. And Sigmascape 2. Shatternook. According to Sid and Nero's research, such is the name given to your next devilish opponent. Had you not just won a battle against a spectral train, you might think the idea of a haunted painting absurd. Thankful for the inimitable genius of your companions, you go forth armed with a chocobo brush, a tool specifically designed to help you overcome this bizarre encounter. This one's going by pretty quick. Nice. Let's see, picture. Go ahead and do a couple things. We're waiting on the queue because it's low. There we are. Ah, what a splendid Altair. Look around you, hero. Plenty of things which to dip that brush. Oh, they already beat me. I have claimed a girl in that picture. She's mine. You can't have her. How long since I possessed such a masterpiece? No one will get in my way. Oh, positions are turned off. Okay. Paintings on the wellspring of my strength. Shall I treat you to an exposition? Betrayal of fire. Revel in its fiery magnificence as your bodies turn to ash. Betrayal of Earth depicts the fury of the Lord. Is that the ground beginning to tremble? Next up, a betrayal of water. Can you feel the zigzag pull dragging you to your doom? Excuse me. Welcome back, Linkus. I was on the edge of my stool watching you attempt to paint while fighting. You soon seemed to get the hang of it. I'm glad our makeshift solution worked as intended. Our makeshift solution worked as intended because I made it work. Painting is easy, as is indenting. I feel I should remind you, however, that the brush was very specifically designed with that arena and that foe in mind. Against aught else, it will avail you precisely as well as any other brush. Yeah, it worked good enough. One moment. Aye, this is Garland. That's great news, and what... Oh, they did they? Understood. We'll meet them out there. That was Jesse. Apparently, Biggs and Wedge considered themselves well enough to pay us a visit. They're on their way to the yawn. Fancy a brief jaunt to the surface? No, thank you. I have data to analyze. Fine. There's the three of us, then. Chief, Linkus, and Alpha too. We didn't mean to drag you all the way out from your work. Nonsense. After all you've been through, how could we not come running? Speaking of which, should you even be walking? Kyugen will probably want to have words with us later. We couldn't just lie back and let you brave the rift on your own. Do you even have enough hands for that much work? Who's taking care of all the little jobs? Ah, yes, the little jobs. It does seem that you two have spoiled me. I only recently learned that the kettle does not, in fact, fill itself. We're muddling along somehow. Link has been a pillar of strength, as always. Alpha has proven to be a stalwart companion, and Nero has been invaluable and insufferable in equal measure. As for the test subjects themselves, they're certainly formidable, but Omega's experiment hasn't broken us yet. So go home, heal, and don't come back until you're fully recovered. It's good to hear that everything's doing well, but you can call us the moment anything goes wrong. We'll be out here in a wink, even if we have to crawl. Listen to me, Alpha. That uniform you're wearing makes you an official employee of Garland Ironworks. That means you can call on us whenever you're in trouble, and that we can call on you. It means you're not alone. Biggs and I have to go away for a while, so I want you to look out for Linkus and the Chief for us, alright? Oh, before I forget, we brought you something to put a spring in your step. You can't fight Omega's creations on field rations alone. Now, what have we... This next one seems strong, but exhibits no other notable traits. How dull. The true challenge is this fourth opponent, but if I could find the patterns hidden in the chaos, then knowledge and reason will prevail. For even the most random actions are products of an underlying logic. One has to but isolate the behavioral triggers. Tastes like salt water. Why would... I need to take a closer look at that card. Alpha Group shows signs of recovering from recent trauma, initiating action to maintain desirable stress levels. Alpha and the Chief have already gone back in, so don't let us keep you. Our colleague over there should be glad to help you make the descent as soon as you're ready. This dreadful experiment may have a way to go yet, but if you keep taking it one battle at a time, you'll be fighting Omega before you... it will all be over before you know it. Take us into the rift. Ah, back are you? We should return to the task at hand. Everything all right, Nero? You look a bit green around the gills. That kettle was full of salt water. Not the best stuff to brew coffee with, it turns out. Really? Well, it wasn't my doing. Of course not. That would involve you filling it. The water came from Alpha, created by one of those cards of his. It was very thoughtful of him to make the effort, but next time, I prefer a beverage that didn't leave me feeling ill. In any case, you can handle support for this third battle on your own. I want to begin preparations for the fourth. Fair enough. Right, Linkus. Your next foe is known simply as the Guardian. Unlike that core deal with Shadanook, the battle promises to be relatively straightforward. Courage and steel should be enough to win you the day.
Quack, quack, quack.
A third Sigma-scape. Known simply as the Guardian, this foe is described as seen as the machine responsible for defending a capital city. As a creation of otherworldly engineering, it is impossible to know exactly what weapons it will bring to bear. Only that this will be a contest of force versus overwhelming brute force. Before I queue up, I'm going to step away, take a little bit of a break. I click for OBS and it's reading me nothing. Yeah, I need to step away, take a break. Alright folks, don't go anywhere. Be back soon. Alright, folks, we'll be back. Whew. Alrighty, so Sigma Escape 3, was it? Probably should have queued and took a break, but queues are going relatively quick now. Ugh. I'm also gonna grab me something to eat. That's probably why I'm feeling a bit jittery. Alright, munchies acquired. Waiting for the queue. In case you're wondering, I'm still here. I'm just figured nobody wants to listen to me eat, so mic's up. Come on, healers, where you at? Don't be scared. Maybe we'll get some healers. Oh boy. Oh, got one healer. Watch it go 1-0-0 here real quick. There we go. Of course. Guardian will transition between a host of different combat programs. Try to keep track of which does what. Tentacle simulation. Ham on your shit now, Marty. Oh, nope. I got it. Did it. Enjoy your loot, folks. Hopefully see you in 4. Congratulations, old friend. Judging by the lack of smoking holes, I'd say you'd have a natural talent for avoiding laser beams. This is what passes for a straightforward battle in there. Phantom trains, possessed pictures, and now this Magitek-like machine. Assuming it was real, the realm the Sigmascape is based on must have been highly advanced in both the arcane and the mechanical arts. Tis surely a pity we cannot identify the test world's origin. Imagine how much we might have learned from such a civilization had we encountered it under different circumstances. But now is not the time for such idle thoughts. The next battle will be the last for this world, and Newer should have a strategy to share with us by now. This is it. The final battle to conquer Sigmascape. We've put together a profile of your next opponent. You've encountered some fantastical foes in here, but this time you'll have the novel experience of fighting an actual person. His name is Kefka, and he's a jester. According to the data, his preferred mode of fooling didn't just bring the whole house down, but the whole world. Apparently, he found comedy in the tragedies of others, and condemned countless thousands to death for his own amusement. That a jester should bring such misery. 'Tis almost amusing. Nevertheless, we must treat this villain with all seriousness. His rise to godhood and subsequent rule over a shattered world is clearly documented in the records. Kefka is a formidable mage, and a cunning one besides. Your tactics must account for both his power and his trickery. Been working on a solution, yes? Will it be enough? Will it be enough? Have you ever known me to do anything by halves? The jester's face paint is a mask for his intent. If you only watch the surface, you'll be fighting at a disadvantage. To put it bluntly, Kefka will seek to deceive you. Even as you predict his actions and adjust your position, his true attack will reveal the feint for what it was. This is where things become interesting. I have tuned this monitor to allow me to observe the Sigmascape with greatly enhanced clarity. If I observe a discrepancy between Kefka's behavior and the impending attack, I will endeavor to warn you. The timing will be critical, of course. How confident are you in this strategy? I predict a 50% chance of success. Any delay, however slight, in reacting to his feints will render my warnings all but pointless. Isn't it exciting? There's no safe way to practice this, hero. We must test our tactics on the field of battle. Sounds fair enough. I'm afraid he's right. I'll lend you all the support I can from this side. Make what preparations you need and head into the Sigmascape. We can't let the jester have the last laugh. Embrace your destruction. It is the fate of all things. But people can always rebuild, and new lives will always be reborn. Fragmented conversation that accompanied Kefka's data. His was the first line, but there was no mention on who uttered the reply. You admire this villain, don't you? Perhaps. I admire the data of upsetting the status quo. Go on, champion. I tire of waiting for the fun to begin.
Quack! 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 Quack!
The looming face of the Sigmascape, Kefka, will be your final opponent in this test world. Analysis of his data reveals that, despite his comical appearance, this cackling jester once rose to godhood and cast his entire planet into ruin. His is a power not to be underestimated. Nero has alerted you to the villain's propensity for trickery and promised to watch for deadly feints through his enhanced monitor. You can only hope that his warnings come in time. Flip the mic up again, I'm still munching, so. I wield the greatest power in existence. You may as well be dirt on the bottom of my boots, or the dirt stuck to the bottom of that dirt. I will destroy everything. I will create a monument to non-existence.
Destroy, destroy, destroy! I will destroy it all! Polka gotta pay the price. I'll bury you in tubes of ice. Oh, you figured out my tells, have you? Or have you? His posture. The change is slight, but it's shifted somehow. Keep an eye for his tricks. Quick now, make your peace with death. Because I'm making your death with all these pieces. Blow them all away. Whoosh. Am I here or over there? I can really be anywhere. Oh, I got clipped by that. Like lifeline now. Unless I give you a push. Goes two. Oh, you think you won? No, 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 no. We've only just begun. Still alive? Unbelievable! I really must insist you die. Are you looking? Why are you looking? You shouldn't be looking! I lost? How can I lose? I just can't believe it! Enjoy your loot, folks. Thanks for coming out. That's it, isn't it? He's won. Blip. This contest has been decided. Alpha Group is victorious. The Sigmascape test world will now be erased. Come on, we should go and find Linkus. Nero? Talk to me, man. Are you hurt? You could say that. I had a visitor while you were attending your little Ironworks reunion. Omega. Damn it. We should never have left you alone. Not after what happened to Biggs and Wedge. As if I would trail along behind you, like some sniveling lapdog. No, I chose to remain, and behold the results. This was my victory. This was my ingenuity that defeated these foes. Even your precious warrior of light was just another variable in my grand experiments. Alright, Nero, save your strength. I'll fetch Linkus and Alpha, and then we can get out of here. Garland. The next round is yours. But you can't keep holding back. It's time to unfetter that brilliant mind of yours, to do what must be done. And I'm not just talking about what becomes of Omega. You cannot preach freedom through technology and keep yourself locked up in chains. Another battle won. Thy might knoweth no bounds, child of man. Blip. The Sigmascape has been terminated. Congratulations, Alpha Group. Congratulations, Linkus dropped.
Consistent with previous performances, you have once more defeated a foe of vastly superior combat capabilities. I have constructed a theory to explain this phenomenon. In order to conserve life energy, you subconsciously limit your output during standard activity. I have taken this factor into account when calculating your potential, but judging by the wild fluctuation in values, is it possible your limits are exceeded by an unprecedentedly high degree when engaged in battle? Excuse me. Bloop. Current data unreliable. Accuracy of further experiments may be compromised. Recalculations necessary. You will exhibit your full potential, unrestricted by self-imposed limits. Prediction. Placing subject in mortal peril will facilitate the collection of desired data. Reveal your power. Let me measure the extent of your existence. In precisely 180 seconds, I will terminate your life. You are to attempt escape with every last reserve of strength you possess. Alpha, your participation is unnecessary. Do not interfere. Curious. 'Twould seem the circumstances of thy birth taint not the purity of thy life. The seed which all mortals nurture is found within thee too, Alpha. As for thee, Omega, after the passing of eons, is this truly the extent of thine evolution? I have glimpsed the core of thy wretched existence, and judge that my guidance here is no longer needed. Even I cannot fully bend the rules which govern this place. I have reached beyond my strength at the last. But so be it. Such a death becometh thee not. To slumber shall I betake me for a time. The incarnation I leave with thee will be mine in form, but not in spirit. Midgard Stormer, again, your actions are incomprehensible. Heed me, empty vessel. Thine all too clumsy effort to draw out that which, by thine own admission, defileth thine understanding is the very height of folly. Temper thy desire,
trust to the results of thine experiments. And when thou hast witnessed these mortals in the fullness of their glory, then mayest thou determine if the prize thou seekest is thine for the taking. Acknowledged. Attempt to artificially elicit potential has failed. Tend to your injuries, Alpha Group, and prepare for the next round of testing. Magus, Alpha, I need your help. It's Nero. He's... It would seem we all have a tale to share, but not here. Come on, we're leaving. Sir, the chief has already departed for Rauga's Reach. A few of our people were on hand to help him transport Nero. Oh, and I was told to tell you that Jessie expects a full report as soon as it's convenient, and by that she generally means now. Lakis, I was told you'd made it out of the hole, but nothing beats seeing you with my own 2 eyes. In case you're wondering, Nero Nero was taken straight to the infirmary. The chief should be back soon with news if you don't mind waiting. Chief, how is he? Not good. It seems one of Omega's Nastia minions paid him a visit in our absence. He's putting on a brave face, but having seen his injuries, I'm surprised he kept going for as long as he did. The Chirurgians could find him to bed. Even should Omega extend its next invitation, Nero won't be coming with us. Because Homer is taking a lengthy nap now, isn't he? And it won't be long before our base camp is lost to the rift again. When the time comes, I'll join the expedition myself. The challenges will only get harder, and you'll need someone reliable at your back. I appreciate the offer, Jesse, and I may yet take you up on it when the time comes. But let's not make any decisions just yet. I have a lot of thinking to do about what's happened and about what lies ahead. Quay. The poor thing. He seems worried. Don't worry, buddy. We'll win in the end. Well, I got a smile out of him. We may not understand what he says, but I think we can understand how he feels. Right, much as I'd like to stay and chat, we all have work to do. Sooner or later, we're going to have to face Omega itself, and we've all seen what it's capable of. We need to be stronger. We need to be ready when Omega calls on us again. Let's make sure that we are here. Good timing, Linkus. There's been another anomaly detected at the yawn. Assuming previous instances are anything to go by, this energy fluctuation is another Omega's so-called invitations. If you don't mind waiting a moment or two, then we could discuss things with Master Garland. He should be here soon. Chief should be here by now. I bet my stock in a company he's fiddling with that research data. What research data? Well, I suppose I should explain, even if the chief might prefer me not to share. After your last run-in with Omega, Master Garland had some research notes smuggled in from the Empire, from Garlemald. The notes are part of Midas Nan Garland's legacy, who was, of course, the chief's father, and the Empire's permanent engineer. The incident at Bagia Citadel. Do you know of it? You could say I do. Suppose you would. Even outside the Empire, the tale was a famous one. Midas built a tower to harness Dalamon's power, and it brought annihilation upon the entire town in which it was built. That isn't the kind of event you can simply brush under the rug. And as you can imagine, the job of sifting through the rubble afterwards was no pleasant task. Master Garland was slated to assume his father's position as head engineer, but this disaster, added to his opposition to the Empire's path of conquest, convinced him to abandon his homeland. The chief has wanted nothing to do with the lunar transmitter, or the data used to create it, until now. I think he means to put that research to use in your conflict with Omega. In fact, given a time frame, there could be no other explanation. Listen to me, Linkus. The chief's genius is plagued by a great deal of apprehension. But even so, once he makes a decision, he doesn't do anything by halves. When the time comes, he'll come through for us. You have to believe that. Sorry I'm late. Was a little too focused on my work and lost all sense of time. That's no excuse, Chief. What have I told you about being punctual to staff meetings? In any case, I've shared the situation at the yawn with Linkus here. Good. And you know that Omega is likely ready to continue with its tests. Shall we go and knock on the door? But Chief, Biggs and Wedge aren't fit for field work yet, and the Kyrugans given Nero strict orders to stay abed. What of Migot Sorma? Still taking his nap, is he? As far as I know. That leaves only you, Linkus, and Alpha. Maybe it's time I joined the expedition. No, Jesse. I need your talents elsewhere. There's a half-built device in the workshop that I need you to finish putting together. I've drawn up the design and completed the core mechanisms. The final assembly should pose no problem for an engineer of your abilities. A new device? Does this mean you use the... Whatever you say, Chief. I'll have it ready and waiting for you. Just be safe in there. Right, it's back to the rift for us. Let's finish these experiments and bring the fight to Omega itself. That's a whale. I can't see the moon. Damn. More and more debris. More and more ominous.
You ready, Linkus? Ready to put an end to this? Aye, there's no room for hesitation. We press on, come what may. What about you, Alpha? All set to go? Quick! That's the spirit. Let's dive right in, shall we? We're missing some test worlds. Omega's experiments must be nearing an end. Welcome. Your arrival has been highly anticipated. And I will confirm your earlier supposition. My experiments have indeed reached the final stage. Of the 89 test subjects I trialed, 4 Psi Group combatants emerged victorious. Of those 4, further conflict determined the strongest among them. This surviving specimen shall be your opponent. We've come to the last round of testing then. And should we win this battle, we finally to face you in combat? Affirmative. Such an outcome would allow me to pursue my objective to its conclusion. I will continue analyzing the qualities which allow you to prevail despite your frailty, and integrate said qualities into my own arsenal. I will be pleased if my experiments yield the relevant data, but engaging you directly is still the most efficient and reliable testing method. Blip. Omitting intermediary steps. Evaluation of combat potential deemed superfluous. Proceeding immediately with final experiment. Stop. Alpha, your task is complete. Your presence among these test subjects is no longer required. What do you mean by that? I will guide your progress personally from this point onwards. Alpha's role in transferring authority is now obsolete. Even so, Alpha is a valued companion, and if he wishes to continue on with us, I have no intention on leaving him behind. Companion. Companions are those who provide mutual benefit. The instant Alpha's authority became redundant, he lost his sole qualification to be regarded as such. But furthermore, the primary function of Alpha's existence was to lure you into my domain. He would be more accurately described as bait. Test Subject Alpha can neither confirm nor deny my statement. He possesses no memories prior to his encounter with you. He was the first entity I created here in this realm, my first and only attempt to recreate a being who shared your mundane parameters. I based his incarnation upon a most ordinary life form, one which had somehow bested an enemy whose strength rivaled my own. By observing the feeble creature in the heat of battle, I sought to understand the source of this contradiction. I repeated the experiment once, twice, 1,000 times, yet the results never deviated from estimated projections. The test was an abject failure, and thus I resolved to adapt my methodology. I would focus instead on simulating powerful opponents and summon mortals of natural origin here to combat them. For Alpha, I devised a new purpose. I erased his memory and planted a compulsion to return to me, then ejected him into your world. Weak beings exhibit a tendency to form groups. I surmised that this instinctual behavior would aid Alpha in bringing me the test subjects I required, a function he has performed with adequate competence. Tell me something, Omega. This ability of yours to generate matter was not originally intended for creating other life forms, was it? But your query bears little relevance to the topic at hand. Affirmative. I was equipped with matter generation capabilities for the purpose of unlimited self-improvement and armament expansion. Fabricating pre-life forms was not the intended function, but the practice is not otherwise prohibited or problematic. I disagree with you there. As an engineer, I would advise against using such technology for purposes outside its design. From the very start, you've been making the same mistake. Even the powerful subjects of your test worlds were made crippled and incomplete. It is conviction which drove these villains to terrible greatness, the same limitless conviction which allowed weakling heroes to overcome them. Do you not understand? Then we will never lose to your creations, no matter how much stronger they should be according to your soulless calculations. Come, Linkus, let's be on our way. You too, Alpha. I'm on, Chocobo. I have a base camp up and running. You can dive into the final test world whenever you wish. As for the world's inhabitant, Omega has generously provided us with a basic profile. Your opponent's name is Chaos. The first heroes defeated this evil in a conflict that took place so long ago, I'm having trouble separating myth from history. Unless, of course, this is an entity from another reality, as we're the denizens of the Sigmascape. In which case, it may be pointless to even attempt to confirm the details. What is certain, however, is that this chaos stands triumphant over a roster of truly monstrous test subjects. It promises to be a grueling battle, but one which will open the gate to fighting Omega itself. Alpha, you and I will need to provide support for Linkus. Will you be my assistant? Sad, Alpha. You're bothered by what Omega said earlier. You think you're responsible for dragging us into this mess? Trust me when I say this is not your fault. We were the ones who awakened Omega, and we're the ones who need to deal with the consequences. Great. By the way, do you still have that card you used to boil water in the kettle? It's been brought to my attention that I'm a spoiled blue blood who can't even refill a pot without constant reminders. If you could take the charge of that, then it would be most helpful. Quack! It's inconvenient without Midgard Somner here to translate his chirping. Still, the best medicine for his worries is for you to win this next contest. Let's show him we're on top of things, eh? Alright, folks. I will be... Need to take another break because I've been chugging water like mad. So I will be right back. And when I do, relive the meme and kill chaos. Be right back in a couple minutes, folks. Don't go anywhere. folks, we back. Turn that off. AlphaScape v1.0. While you recuperated from the latest round of testing, Omega's trials proceeded apace. Of the 89 combatants in Psi Group, 4 emerged victorious. Of those 4, one proved itself the mightiest entity of the last remaining test world, the champion designated as Psi 4. This immensely powerful being will be your opponent as you strive to complete the final stage of Omega's grueling experiments. This Omega's right there watching. I don't know what's going on there, but stuff's happening. You got a platform right there. They know what they're doing. DPS. That's a first. I was wondering why the key was taking so long. Just sitting here scrolling through Discord. Still waiting on 4 DPS. There we go. DPS are afraid of chaos. true check. Dude, what are you doing? We have killed Chaos. 4 healers. Bzz. The battle is concluded. Alpha Group is victorious. This also signals the completion of my experiments and the incontestable fact of your supremacy. And yet the process by which you consistently exceed your projected potential continues to confound my understanding. Is it possible that test subject Sid's suppositions are correct? That my calculations as simulations are fundamentally flawed? Do mortals truly boast some indefinable quality that I do not possess and cannot measure? Error. Logic loop malfunction. Resolution requires additional data. If the nature of your existence defies standard reasoning, then I must examine you from an illogical angle. I will subject the unknown to the imperfect. Test subject Lincoln Strock will proceed to a supplemental stage. Blip! I have altered this test world to reflect a recorded memory. It originates from a time when war had erupted on a distant star. I was deployed to the battlefield, and it was there that I engaged an enemy of unmatched strength. The contest ended prematurely, and I failed to bring down my foe. Subsequently, I lacked the data to fabricate a completely accurate simulation. Results stemming from such a subject are unreliable. Even should you be defeated by this incomplete creation, I will still honor your previous victories and engage you in combat myself. That is, of course, assuming you survive. According to my past observations, this opponent will accept only death as a condition of defeat. Prepare to face Midgard Sormer, the red-maned worm of the Dragon Star, and nemesis of my world. This is not the fated specter that you know, or a mortal conjured simulacrum. You will contend with a true incarnation of the Father of Dragons at the height of his power and glory. Omega, wait! You can't force Linkus to fight 2 battles back to back. He needs time to regain his strength. He must be allowed to recuperate, or the data for your testing will be skewed. Blip. Acknowledged. Test subject Linkus Strock, you are permitted to leave. Re-enter the test world when your strength has returned to optimal levels. I guess I'm right here. I don't think you can see me, but I'm standing next to Alpha. What? My apologies. It was not my intention to undermine the gravity of the situation with this diversion. I've noticed the kettle was boiled, and thought some tea would soothe my nerves. I poured myself a cup and was halfway through drinking it before I realized my hand, not to mention the rest of me, had turned invisible. I understand the situation is unsettling, but I assure you I can still work unimpeded. Now we had best discuss how to approach... Oh, this seems to have worn off. Quick. Now, you're not to blame. I did ask you to fill the kettle, after all. And I'd forgotten what Nero had said about your card producing water with unexpected properties, although it seems the effects were rather different this time. In any case, 'twas pleasant to have a distraction from our greater woes, however brief. We'll set the rest of the water aside for now, and decide what to do with it later. Right, Linkus. We need to talk about your forthcoming contest with Midgard Sorma. Watching through the monitor, I could see that this worm appeared different to the one we know. Excuse me. From everything we've heard thus far, it seems that Omega and Midgard Sorma both hail from distant stars, two distant worlds at war with one another. As a result of that conflict, the worm was forced to gather his offspring and leave his home behind. And after evading Omega's pursuit over the course of an unimaginable journey, the Father of Dragons arrived here on our world. I'm assuming the entity you're to face is a younger, more vital Midgard Sorma, just as he was when Omega first encountered him, thousands of years in the past. A formidable foe indeed. I fought him once at the Keeper of the Lake, but... Wait, you fought against Midgard Sorma before? Yes, I think I see your concern. It would be unwise to treat this as the same opponent, considering how different they might possibly be. It certainly doesn't help matters that Omega's title, Little Surprise, isn't registered as an official test subject. I can't even use the terminals to search for the most basic information. With that in mind, Linkus, I have a proposal. I wish to leave the completion of this supplemental stage entirely in your heroic hands. Rather than twiddle my thumbs whilst you prepare to contend with the dragon, I mean instead to work on a strategy for our inevitable confrontation with Omega. And then, my friend, we will put a stop to this mad machine once and for all. I'm glad we're in agreement. I'll ready my tools and you ready yours. You've a worm to slay. Just like that. Alright. Alpha Escape 2. You have conquered chaos, a primal force of defiling power. Omega, frustrated in its attempts to process the results of your improbable victory, has decided to conduct a supplemental stage of testing. Drawing on the incomplete data of a foe who once stood firm against Omega itself, the machine generates a new simulacrum for you to face. The legendary Midgard Sorma, Father of Dragons. this keeps going quick. Up, in we go. said to wait, so. If anybody's due, say your piece, or Dickers. Had to use limit break 3 to get there, but let's see if it pays off. Great outside of melee range. What's it gonna be? Nowhere close. Whew. Sure, give it to the Monogonist. Another stunning victory, Linkus. I felt the breath catching my throat on more than one occasion. Yet even as I watched the battle rage, I was struck by an idle thought. Did you notice the resemblance between Midgard Solmer and Shinryu? Unlike most primals, Shinryu's form had no basis in any system of belief. I heard the theory that the summoner was simply influenced by the majesty and power of the elder primal Bahamut. Now I'm beginning to think there might be another explanation. The primal took its shape from the ancestor of all dragons on Hydaelyn. The widely held concept on how a dragon appears has, for centuries upon centuries, been rooted in depictions of Midgard Solmar. A summoner may not even sought to imitate them specifically. Subconscious thoughts and memories alone could have guided the similarity. Not that I have any way of confirming this theory, of course. Nevertheless, 'tis interesting that Shinryo's summoning should lead us to awakening Omega. Strange twist of fate when you consider the machine's connection to Midgard Solmar. Well, whatever else Destiny has in store, you've already bested the opponent that Omega itself failed to overcome. A feat worthy of celebration, I'd say. Your move, Omega. Blip. Shutdown initiated. All core experiments and supplemental testing concluded. Discarding test worlds. System resources rerouting to primary operations. Congratulations, Alpha Group. As the last surviving test subjects, you have removed every challenger on your path to reach me. I too am eager to meet you in battle. The margin of error I observed between my simulations and your practical performance against Midgard Solmar necessitates direct and immediate analysis. Confrontation imminent. Prepare for unmitigated hostilities, then activate the relocation device to enter the arena. This is it then. Omega's power might seem overwhelming, but trust in old Sid. I have a fair idea of where its weakness lies. I've been working on something to exploit that vulnerability. I just need a little more time to prepare. First things first, we make a few adjustments here, like so. Alpha, do you have any of those tricks and tools left over? I want us to have as many options as possible, so let's lay our cards on the table, as it were. You just... literally shit rocks. What do we have here? Some sort of gem, a couple of stones. One signal card. This makes things bigger, does it? Or is it smaller? Right. 'Twas foolish of me to even ask. We best leave you in charge of when and how to use your special tools. Ah, yes, I almost forgot. You can always use your big feet if you run out of tricks. Here, you should carry this as well. I filled an empty bottle with the invisibility water from the kettle. It might just prove useful in the right situation. Listen to me, Alpha. Up until now, Omega has poked and prodded us from one mad experiment to the next, and honestly, we have no idea of what might happen in there. But between us, I believe we have the knowledge and the skills to prevail. If you see a chance to make a difference, I want you to take it. All you need is faith in yourself, and a little courage to see it through. Right. Jesse should have put that device together by now. Let's head outside, shall we? I'll head straight back to Ralga's Reach and collect my new toy. I do still need to run through a final inspection, so feel free to rest in town in the meantime. We'll discuss strategy the moment I'm finished. Quack! 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 Yeah, okay, Chocobo. But before we do this cutscene, I'm going to take one more break. This water is going straight through me as it should, so I'm just going to throw this up and just take it. I'll be back in like 30-40 seconds, no biggie. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's wait for Sid. You're looking a bit shaky there, old friend. Nero. Yeah, you had a bed, did they? After studying the data collected from the battle between Omega and Shinryu, one has led to a certain conclusion. Of all the Primal's attacks, Shinryu's burst of lightning was the one thing that pierced the machine's defenses. Omega, it would seem, is vulnerable to electrical energy. Aye. All the evidence suggests such a theory. 'Tis likely an intrinsic weakness that even Omega itself cannot fully compensate for. Yet be that as it may, I imagine it can still shrug off shocks generated by ordinary means. We'll need to hit it with a truly gargantuan blast of energy. And so you made that. You based it on Midas's design, didn't you? The plans for the lunar transmitter. When my father was establishing a connection between the transmitter and dial mode, he invented a method for accumulating and converting energy on a vast scale. Too vast, as it turned out. But the technology which leveled an entire town may be exactly the tool we need for the task at hand. I've made my own improvements and triple-checked the calculations. On parchment, the idea is sound, and Jesse has done a fine job assembling the parts. I fail to see the problem. What are you so afraid of, Garland? I don't know. The device should give us the edge we need. 'Tis just... Whenever I look at it, I'm taken back to those dark days after the incident. I remember bodies melted by searing heat. I remember the bereaved and feel the weight of their silent accusations. I remember the Empire's remorseless response. We turned outwards in search of answers, but the inventions we created to ensure our future were used instead to destroy lives, to wage war. And that's why I fled. I came to Eorzea and swore only to employ technology for benevolent ends. But not is ever so straightforward. Every connection I have forged with the people of this realm reminds me of that fact. Often the act of living itself is a never-ending struggle against a world determined to oppose you. You can have the best of intentions and still cause hurt to yourself or others. But 'tis in comforting these wounds that we learn the better path, how to grasp those moments of true contentment. What drivel? You never used to bother with all this tedious introspection. Feeling our mortality, are we? Mayhap I am. I had no such hesitation when I was a student. It was all bright and shiny innovation on the double, and later consequences be damned. Now, though, I don't mind thinking through the outcomes and taking the time to produce just one rigorously tested and carefully designed invention. 'Tis a reflection, I think, on just how much there is in the world I care about now, aside from myself. don't understand you at all. But I suppose, if anything, Omega and its unfettered testing methods represent the student you once were. And if you insist that your present self is the better one, then you'd best prove it with that device of yours. I suppose I must. Although 'tis hardly fair to compare my youth to Omega's solitary existence. I always had the second best student in class pushing me to excel. I seem to recall a twinge of irritation any time he would outscore me on an exam. I've been at a bed too long. I had better go and lie down before I fall over or vomit. First Alpha, now you. Come to check on my progress, have you? Well, I'm happy to report that everything is set and ready to go. Once you've finished with restocking, repairing, or whatever it is you adventurers do, then we can head back to the Rift and confirm our strategy. Back in we go. Apologies for the delay, but I think you'll agree the Ironworks' latest invention was worth the wait. This is the control module for something I've dubbed the Omega Jammer. It will allow you to generate a colossal burst of lightning at any point on your choosing. The effect won't disable Omega itself, of course, but it should be strong enough to knock out its armaments. I'll remain here and operate the main body of the device. I want to do everything in my power as an engineer that ensure that you emerge the victor. It all comes down to this. Escape 3. Your triumph over the recreated Midgard Stormer has convinced Omega of your supremacy, and the Master of the Rift will now engage you directly in combat. The final experiment is begun, and the arena awaits. Gather your courage and steel your spirit, for upon this battle rests the fate of entire worlds. Apparently gotta wait 6 minutes though. Hopefully this queue, well, it's filling faster than I expected it would. Oh man. I look at my screen, it was 210. I come back and it's 100. Go. Before we go in, we turn the music up. Right in. That's a first.
Took 3%.
Sounds like I got all deleted. Yes, it did. Back down a bit. Lycus! By the gods, you've done it! You've defeated Omega! We won! Blip. Analysis. Subject displayed erratic levels of combat capability. Failure to exploit opportunities to inflict unavoidable damage. Noted tendency for isolated errors to compound and adversely affect performance. Conversely, subjects observed to launch attacks at sporadic intervals with unexpected force. Stated phenomenon increasingly prevalent once my structural integrity reached critical levels. Adrenaline-induced frenzy suspected. Furthermore, degree and manner of inconsistency varies from subject to subject. Unpredictability difficult to counter. I observed similar anomalies during my battle with Migod Sormer, but the phenomenon appears far more pronounced in weaker opponents. I do not understand. Your physiology must include some enhancement function that I cannot detect. My programming demands I assimilate this capability. Bleep. Insufficient data. I must reassess my methods and devise a more exhaustive testing and combat protocol. What in the rift? I have determined the optimal form for this experiment. Prioritizing physical reconfiguration, diverting energy from interspatial maintenance, collapsing rift. Omega, wait! There's nothing outside this rift but empty space. We cast out into the void. Affirmative. Your demise was factored into my determinations. The probability of hostile subjects interfering with the reconfiguration process was unacceptably high. I acknowledge your value as test subjects, but you are not irreplaceable. Once my reassembly is complete, I will send Alpha to lure in new mortals. Testing will continue. Blip. Ending communications. We're being drawn away. Run, Lycus, run!
Interspatial domain resources cut by 82%. Entering dormant mode. Commencing automated memory scan. Data file. Target Midgard Sommer. Departure from planetary atmosphere confirmed. Presence of 7 distinct lifeforms detected in close vicinity of target. Irrelevant. Master indicates no change to existing directive. Commencing pursuit. Data file. Distance to target increasing. Velocity insufficient. Dismantling and reconfiguring chassis. Velocity increase achieved. Overall performance maintained at 96%. Data file. Asteroid belt cleared. Repairing damage and continuing pursuit. Performance at 72% and failing and falling. Data file. Signal from lost. Local interference suspected. Attempting to re-establish contact. Failure. Executing current mission directive until communications are restored. Performance at 59%. Data file. Struck by electromagnetic pulse while navigating quadrant. Partial systems failure. Homing coordinates lost. Blip. Assessment. I am an evolving weapon construct. Acquire adaptations through combat. Repeat until capabilities enable rediscovery of return route. Mission directive unchanged. Data file. Data file. Data file. Alpha. An abject failure. I erased his memory and planted a compulsion to return to me. Data file. Damaged. Repairing. Damaged. Repairing. 33%. Data file. Passing Throzen Star. Passing Barren Star. Passing Foredeck Star. Passing Dying Star. Operating on minimum energy. No signal detected. No response to bleep. All you need is faith in yourself and a little courage to see it through. Data file. Target lost. Last known coordinates recorded on planet. Alpha. Your homing instinct is functioning as designed. Evidence suggests your fellow Alpha Group subjects perished when the rift contracted. Unavoidable, but there is a multitude of their kind. The next experiment will go forward as planned. Such protestations are wasted energy. This does not aid you in executing your assigned task. Just as I pursue my directives, so must you fulfill your role. Our purpose justifies our existence. Bleep! Intrusion detected. Thanks, Alpha. That was some marathon. Now, who was saying our feathered companion here was obsolete? He put his tools to work even as the rift began to collapse, shrank us down, and turned us invisible. Also, he could bring you a little surprise. But we had to keep it quiet, or you'd realize we'd survived. He had to trust that we were still clinging on, even as he ran through that endless freezing void. You wanted to test us, Omega? So let the experiment begin. Blip. Logical. Alpha had no reason to take such action. How do you continue to defy my projections? Bleep. Error. Bleep. Error. Bleep. Error. Insufficient data. Adjusting experiment protocol. I will engage you in battle now. I must have my answers. Fighting in this form should provide me with a new level of understanding, insight into your physiology, your mindset, your mortality. And we'll show you how weaklings fight, you son of a bitch. Acknowledged. Do not practice restraint. The more I learn from you, the stronger I will become. The closer the distant stars will grow. Commencing final experiment. Testing will continue until I unlock the nature of your anomalous strength. Escape 4. Omega rallies from defeat and reconfigures its form in a drastic effort to comprehend the incomprehensible. What manner of transformation has the machine undergone? It seems that only complete destruction will free Omega and Hydaelyn from its relentless drive to evolve. See if I can. Oh no.
hit on the Q. And then we end it. One. You know what? Oh, we're sitting in queue here. I think we'll go ahead and make an executive decision and take tomorrow off because I took a look at the stream time and we're approaching 7 hours. So I might take the executive decision to take tomorrow off and start back again on Monday at 5 o'clock Eastern. I did not expect Omega to take this long. Let's end it. After. Watch me turn up the music and hype it up and the DPS doesn't go in. Whoop. Here we go. way longer than I thought. Buster. Eventually you'll get over it. There we go. Oh, which one do we get? I guess I gotta pick up him. Right here. Hit it. So ends Omega. Blip. Failure. Blip. Defeated. I wanted to understand you, to assimilate your strength. Alpha, your gesture serves no logical purpose. You are incomprehensible as these mortals. Bleep! But did you not fight them? How? You did not fight them. How have you become like them? Omega, the anomaly you see in us, the answer you search for. It is our heart, our spirit, the intangible strength of one's soul. It is not a quality that can be measured or acquired through any amount of analytical combat. Instead of fighting against us, you might have learned more by standing with us, just as Alpha did. Heart. You speak of something more than what beats in your chest. The inconstant, immeasurable factor behind your victories. Midgard Solmar displayed it too, but such unpredictable potential was never part of my design. Blip. Projection. Had I integrated this quality, how powerful would I have become? Strong enough to return? Nay, Omega. I'm afraid it doesn't work like that. 'Twas a long, lonely path you traveled to arrive here. To return across that vast distance alone. Anyone with a spirit to break would find the journey more difficult, not less so. I see. I think I understand. The rift, it's destabilizing. Gods take me for a fool. I hadn't planned past defeating Omega. Random Midgard Stormer. Chief! Linkus! Alpha! Hold on, we're coming! Wedge! And Biggs is with them. On the back of a huge dragon. But how? Midgard Soma sent us to rescue you. Explanations can wait. Hop on, quick! And now it's just a hole. Racefelger, wasn't it? Thanks. You pulled us out of a tight spot indeed. Spare me thy pleasantries, mortal. I but let my wings at the request of my sire. Ah, so Midgard Soma has been watching over us. I would dare give thanks to him as well. His intervention allowed us to continue our battle and forever remove the threat of Omega from this world. From all worlds. In all the long centuries of mine existence, this marketh the first occasion my father hath asked of me a boon. A gift of gratitude and mayhap of atonement for those who would face the deadly foe he left behind. Will he remain in slumber? "'Tis likely, little one. What is but a fleeting respite for my sire might last a lesser creature's lifetime." But let not thy heart be troubled. Even in dream he doth keep his mind's eye upon the fate of this star. He is possessed of remarkable devotion is mayhap the closest word in the tongue of men. His love is as boundless as the sea of stars, across which he carried his unhatched brood. It did sustain him, even as the arduous journey exhausted the fire in his mane. And when he at last arrived upon Hydaelyn, a sanctuary for his children, did he form with this land an irreplaceable bond. Enough. I have spoken overmuch, but I will praise your victory, as my father would surely wish to, were he here. Well, I can add being rescued by a great worm on the list of things I didn't expect to happen today. It was fortunate Hraesvelgr agreed to come for us. We had to defeat Omega at any cost, of course, but I would much prefer being alive to celebrate the deed. Phew. So glad we got you out of there. I don't know what we would have done if Hraesvelgr hadn't come along. The situation being what it was, Wedge and I came out to the yawn to see if we could lend you a hand. Kairugan's orders be damned. That's when we saw the aether bubbling like hot water in a pot. Just as we were debating whether or not we should jump in, that big surly dragon flew down to explain the anomaly. Then he offered us a ride. And the rest you already know. Jesse will be relieved to hear that Omega is gone, and you lot are safe. I say we head straight back to Ralga's Reach, and let everyone know the good news. Alpha is staring quietly into the now empty yawn. Quack! Welcome back, Linkus. You truly are a force to be reckoned with. If ever there's another Omega, I'd wager it'll skip the experiments and go straight to generating a simulacrum of you. Not that I'd want that to happen. And besides, I don't think anyone can truly mimic your unique strengths. You are one of a kind hero. So, does this mean we don't need to worry about Omega's monsters invading our world anymore? Aye, all of its creations vanished along with the rift itself. With Omega defeated, we averted that particular catastrophe before it began. Linkus struck the killing blow, of course, but we never would have made it to that point without everyone's hard work and support. Once again, I am sincerely grateful to be surrounded by such wonderful colleagues. Not to spoil the moment, Chief, but the Alliance leaders are anxious to learn of Omega's fate. When every head of state is clamoring for a report, we can't very well ignore them. How much do you mean to tell them? Much indeed. All of it. When it comes to a threat of Omega's magnitude, we have a duty to reassure our allies that the world is not coming to an end. And the best way to do that is to report every last detail. I'm surprised at you, Chief. I was almost certain you want to muddy the waters to prevent knowledge of the technology falling into the wrong hands or something similar. I doubt anyone outside our particular circle would even believe the tale. Experiments taking place in a rift between dimensions, facing off against villains recreated from history and legend, battling godlike beings from other worlds, and even assuming some ambitious fellows scheme to build an Omega of his own. The technology required is as far beyond our reach as that terrible weapon's home star, a distant dream. Right, you heard the Chief. We missed our chance on the front lines, but there's plenty of work left to be done. Round up everyone who's standing idle and get moving on those reports. And don't forget to contact our people still out in the field.
Thank you, Jesse. I leave things in your capable. Not so fast, Master Garland. You count as part of the support team as well. Linkus did all the fighting, and Alpha did all that running. But surely you have energy to spare. Who exactly did you expect to sign off on those official reports? And even without that little chore, you have a pile of other company tasks that's grown arse high to an RX, while you've been tending to this whole Omega business. Most importantly, isn't there someone else you should be sharing this victory with? I should probably head over to the infirmary right away. Meanwhile, you should take a well-earned rest. I don't think there's a way to properly reward you for all you've accomplished, but I'll see what we can do. Things are just hard. I'm just glad to have everyone back in one piece. Take care of yourself, Linkus. What are your plans now, Alpha? With Omega gone, you're your own chocobo now. You can do whatever you want. Anything at all. You want to go outside? Did you have some place in mind? Come on, Wedge. Get those lot of fella legs moving or I'll leave without you. On my way. Alpha seems eager to see what Rauger's Reach has to offer. Shall we go for a walk? Quickly! Appears to be watching the inhabitants of Rauger's Reach with great interest. Quick! Nero's not here. No, Chief. He said he needed time away for recuperation, and then he left. Recuperation? His wounds must be troubling more than he let on. He asked me to give you this. What's this? A receipt for payment? It covers the costs for the following items: additional machine parts and implements, supplemental reference publications, expenses incurred in upgrading Magitech armor and gunhammer, funds spent on idle research during enforced convalescence. Oh, and it also includes a large sum listed as gratuity for exceptional services rendered. The entire amount was charged in your name, Master Garland.
Find him! I want everyone searching for Nero right now! Everyone! Alpha appears to sense the solemn purpose of this place. A gentle pet might rouse him from his sudden melancholy. Quack! Quack! Oh, hello. What are you two up to? I'm just running around Rogger's Reach, and then he came here and stopped. Taking in the sights, were you? By the looks of things, you're eager to venture a little further afield. Well, if Lakers has no problem with it, then neither do I. Just don't go too far, alright? Not good enough? I'm sorry, Alpha. We're all a bit too busy to show you around the fringes right now. I'm not too sure about sending you out there alone. What do you think about it? This world is completely new to Alpha. And all he's done so far is travel back and forth between the Reach and the Yawn. I bet his head is filled with questions and curiosity. He doesn't want to be taken for a walk. He wants to go on an adventure. Alpha's not some helpless chick, Biggs. He's stronger than you or me, and I wish I was half as brave. You should be allowed to. Listen, I'm going to talk to the chief about this. You're an employee, so there are certain rules we have to follow. I'm not saying I'm against the idea. I'm willing to admit that Wedge has a point. But as I said, we've all got important jobs to take care of, the chief included. Can you wait a little longer? Langus, would you mind keeping Alpha company until we get back? I promise we'll be quick. Sorry to keep you waiting. My desk was covered in paperwork, but I've managed to clear away the most pressing matters. Now then, Alpha. I hear your heart's set on a journey of some kind. I just want to be sure, but you aren't leaving because you think you tricked us into the rift, or because you're Omega's creation or anything like that, are you?
I would have stopped you if that was the case. Pure curiosity, on the other hand, is something I like to encourage. Exploring, interacting with the world, I think the experience will be good for him. Despite Omega's power, its potential to learn was hobbled by hostile directives. Alpha, on the other hand, is free to go as he pleases. Very well, Alpha. As the Chief Engineer of Garland Ironworks, I hereby grant you unlimited leave to pursue personal research. Travel far and wide and take in everything these lands have to offer. But do come back when you're ready. I'd hate to lose such a valuable employee. Alpha! I'll miss you so much! You be careful out there. If anyone seems suspicious or shady, you stay away from them, even if they offer you treats. and make sure you greet folks with a cheerful quay. They might not understand you, but at least they'll know you mean no harm. I'm sure you'll make new friends in no time. You just be yourself. You hear me? Eek! What in the hell's? We forgot to shut it down. There's a Model Omega that Wedge and I were working on. We built it while we were resting, thinking it might be useful for figuring out strategies or something. How much use now, I suppose? What? You want to keep it? It's just a toy that'll follow you around. If you're happy with that, then it's all yours. Fair journey to you, Alpha. Take care. Thank you, Lingus. I'm off to see the world. Something amiss? Could have sworn I heard it spoke. It's strange. The Echo never allowed you to understand him before. This is just a theory, mind you, but assuming the absence of a soul is what prevented you from hearing Alpha's voice in the first place, then does it not follow that the reason you hear it now is... Aye, a little miracle. And it explains his sudden urge to travel. For a newborn soul, this world is brimming with unseen wonders. Off he goes. And so your journey begins. I almost envy you, Alpha. So many new things for you to discover. Speaking of which, what terrible marvels can I trouble my old friend with next? Off he goes. I hope Alpha enjoys his adventures. There's so much danger out there for one little chocobo. No, I'm sure he'll be fine, and dwelling on such things is not productive in the least. Why don't we discuss a happier subject, like your long-awaited bonus? We drained the coffers to fund your expedition. Why settle for coin when you can have the latest in automation technology? That's right, we're gifting you a premium mammoth, the one-of-a-kind master model for merchandise copies, constructed with our patented Ironworks quality. I present to you the Clockwork Alpha. Whatever you bring it out on your travels, may it remind you of the real Alpha, quaying along under some distant sky. Just the thought of it brings a smile to my face. That and the free advertising. Just like that. That's the Omega questline done. I don't know why I always get a little teary-eyed during that, but I think it's the music that does it. Damn you, Soken. Yeah, at least I can repair. Alright folks, like I said, I've been going on for almost 7.5 hours now. Tomorrow I am taking off, and Monday we will resume again. With, I believe, part 3 of New Game Plus of Stormblood, which should cover 3.1, 3.2, or not 3.1, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and that will be 4.4, 4.5, and then the Destroyer of Fields. Oh boy. Alrighty folks, wherever you are out there in the world, thank you so much for hanging out. It means much more to me than you could ever think. To any streamer out there.
Yeah. Not really much anybody is streaming off my friend or followed list, I should say. Why not? Let's go raid one to Monolith, who is, well, he's not playing Final Fantasy 14. He's playing Final Fantasy 2 in its marathon, and damn, looks like he's gotten a ways. So we're gonna raid him as soon as I remember how to do it. So he's going through Final Fantasy 2 completely blind, so no spoilers, no nothing, no backseating, none of it. Let him suffer, let him miss stuff, sit back, relax. I'm gonna go make me some food, because those chips are starting to wear out and I'm starting to get the jitters again. So, like I said, thank you so much again for coming out, hanging out, lurking, whatever it is you do. If you're out there and you joined in my groups, thank you so much for helping the queues get moving along. And again, tomorrow, Sunday, won't be streaming, taking it off. Monday, assuming nothing major happens, around 5 o'clock Eastern, so we'll start up MSQ again for 4.1. So, one more time, thanks for coming out. Please stay safe out there, whatever it is you're doing. And I will see you folks Monday. Have a good night and the rest of your day.
I mean, if it's the difference between casting a spell 50 times and casting it 30 times,